Oscar, you there?
Yes, can you all hear me? Can we start?
Uh,
Are we ready?
Everybody's settling in right now.
Okay.
Let me let everybody know. Hold on.
Tell them I'm ready. We're ready. It's already 6 o'clock. Right? Is it 6?
Oscar, give me a mic check real quick.
Oscar Salinas, check 1, check 2.
Okay. Go ahead. Tell me. Talk to me. Okay, Mr. Salinas, we're almost ready to go here.
Okay. Let me know.
I'll let you know when everybody's ready to go.
Thank you.
Test 1, 2. Ed, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mic check. Mic check.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Gonzalez, want to do a mic check? Let's go through. And then on your computer, unmute. Talia, can you unmute Ms. Gonzalez?
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yep, Mike Farias is good.
Eddie.
That's muted.
Robert Pena, check.
Mr. Pena, mic check is good.
Already done. Muted? Okay.
Okay.
Who?
Minga.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You can. Thank you.
Mr. Salinas, we did a mic check on Ms. Gonzalez, Ms. Minga Vela, Leti Garcia, Mike Perez, Mike Farias, Mr. Pena, Robert Pena, and Mr. Garza, Superintendent. It's all yours, sir. Mr. O'Hanlon is on the call as well, Mr. Salinas.
Thank you. I'd like to call the regular school board meeting for Tuesday, August 11th, 2020. It is now 6:07 p.m. I will start with roll call. Mrs. Gonzalez?
Present.
Mr. Pena?
Present.
Mr. Salinas, Javier? Mr. Faria?
Present.
Ms. Dominga Vela?
Present.
Mrs. Leti Garcia?
Present.
Myself, Oscar Salinas, is present. Mr. Garza, Superintendent of Schools, is also present, and Mr. Kevin O'Hanlon is on the call, the attorney for the school district. We have conducted a roll call. We have established a quorum. I will go to item 2, prayer, pledge, and Texas pledge. Mr. Robert Pena.
Thank you. If we may take a moment of silence for to keep everyone in mind going through this COVID situation, families, friends. We have had some former staff members, and we have students currently ill. Let's give them a moment of prayer and thought. Heavenly Father, we pray that this meeting will be fruitful and that the labors of our Board of Trustees will be a blessing to the community and to all the children of Edinburgh CISD. May we always be reminded of the responsibilities that have been entrusted to us by the people, and grant us the true judgment to do that which is pleasing in your sight. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the
of the
United
United
States
States of America,
and to the
the
republic
republic
for
for which it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty
liberty
and
and
justice.
justice.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance to
to the
Texas,
Texas,
one
one
state
state,
under God, one and indivisible.
indivisible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peña. I will now go to certification of public notice. Mr. Garza?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I do certify that the agenda was posted as required by Texas Open Meeting Act.
Thank you, sir. We will now go to item 5, Superintendent's Report. Mr. Garza.
Certification and then awards. Okay. Well, we have a few items that we need to talk to you all today. And for some of you that were in different committee meetings last week, the curriculum or the technology, you might have heard some of the presentation, but being that we have teachers and staff and also parents listening in, we'd like to just make sure that everybody understands what our 2021 school start plan is going to look like at the beginning of the year. As you well know, we have been working throughout the summer, and changes have been made on a week-to-week basis by our commissioner, if not a day-to-day basis during the summer, as far as the status, as far as the state is concerned, where it is we're at with the pandemic and the return to school. And because of that, we were waiting for it to come down to a more stable condition as far as the decision-making from the state to be able to come to you as a board and also the parents to inform you as to how it is we plan to start the school year. We have 4 different levels that we can control, which are level 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then the 5th level is controlled by the governor. And I'll walk you through the different levels in a progressive form from the most normal condition to the most strict learning environment. And by the most normal condition, I'm going to refer us to where it is we hope to be sometime this year, or basically where we were throughout the year last year up until spring break. That's level 1. Level 1 is pretty normal. The only difference from our level 1 right now and what we had last year we were not emphasizing safety and sensitizing and all these things that need to be in place this year. So our level 1, back at the end of the school year last year, we were thinking of coming to school with a level 1 subnormal conditions, but that did not happen because soon after the end of the year, we saw some cases in the valley, very few, but we saw some, and we saw a need to begin to think about a safe way to return our students to school. And we started having all kinds of surveys from parents, especially in the early summer, to see where it is they were as far as their choice as to how it is they wanted their students to receive instruction, whether it would be remote at home or in person, face-to-face at school. So that's level 2. That's where we were. Parent choice is a level 2. And like I said, this was being talked about by us early June, we can say, when we had about 70% of the parents saying, we feel safe enough to send them to school. And 30% were saying, no, we don't. We want to leave them at home and let them get instruction remotely. That was back in early June. We all know, and I'm taking this in, like I said, a progressive, not necessarily the chronological order that they are going to be happening the year, but just in the progression, level 1, 2. Now let me go to level 3. Level 3 came about, I would say, midsummer when we started seeing a spike in cases in July, mostly in July. And we said, okay, this is going a different direction now. We need to start thinking about maybe instead of 70 going to campus, we were hearing from other surveys from parents that it was beginning to be the opposite. It was beginning to be more like 70 to 80% staying at home and 20 to 30% coming to school for face-to-face instruction. So we saw that shift from one month to the next by our community. And of course, we're going to do whatever is, as you well know, because we're directed by the board, to do whatever is safe for the students and staff and parents. Irregardless, the board is always saying we are going to do what is safe. Number one priority is safety. So then we said, okay, the return to campus kind of shifted a little bit, and we said, okay, the governor and the commissioner were in sync at that time, and they were saying the students that do not have devices have to go to school. So that's a certain designated population that needed to be in school because they didn't have the devices or the service for online instruction. So they were asking us to come up with a plan to virtually or remotely teach this population or this particular number of students that didn't have the devices, to teach them at home with kind of like we did last year with offline, low tech that we called it last year, instruction. The packets this year was going to be a little more sophisticated, I would say, because we had a lot more time to prepare. We had curriculum writing, we had workbooks, we had textbooks, we had all kinds of paper material that we are ready to deliver to the students, and we still are. All this work that was done by our curriculum writers this summer, a great team of curriculum writers. And they were concentrating on both the virtual and in-person type of instruction. So then as the spike continued to, continued, then and I'm talking the pandemic and the cases, the face-to-face became a little less real. And the at-home, remote, virtual instruction became more of a realistic thing that was going to happen. So we said, okay, now we need to go out there and find out who the students are that don't have the devices so we can plan on those students coming into school. So we started sending our staff, our bus drivers, and Dr. Salinas and his staff out there and Dr. Morena to see what areas were dead spots where we could not have, even with a Wi-Fi, have the service in some schools, in some campuses, and even the home. And we saw some campuses, a lot of parents, and some campuses that didn't have access to internet with the current provider that we have in those areas, remote areas, the most remote areas of the county, which are, we're talking close to Encino, close to San Isidro, close to Raymondsville. That's how far these remote students are, out there in 20, 30, 40 miles from school, from the city. And so we're trying to get them to get the service. So we took Wi-Fi equipment in vehicles out there. We took laptops and we tested, and we saw in some remote areas that the only way that we could get service to the students was going to be through a certain provider. And I don't know if I'm allowed to use names of providers right now, or if I would be advertising, or I don't want to do that, but only certain providers worked in certain areas. So that told us that we're going to have to deal with about 5 to 10% of the students that didn't have the service out there in the remote areas. And if we didn't have the services for them, we had to bring them in. Okay, so that was back in mid-July. Then at the very end of July, if you recall, the 28th or the 31st, we had the commissioner kind of just shifted and said, we're going to go 100% remote. By that time, you, the board, had directed us to look into that possibility. You were ahead of the commissioner and the governor by a few weeks, because you were here seeing what was happening, and they were somewhere else in Austin or wherever at home, looking at numbers, and we're seeing our friends, the circle was getting smaller and smaller, and the cases were more close to home than they were back in June. And in July, it began to hit family and friends and staff and students. So we said, there's no way. And you directed us to do whatever it took to get these devices to all the students. And we have been, our shift went from safety at school to instruction at home. And that was towards the end of July. So that shift from level 3 to level 4 came basically at the directive of the board, because you had already been telling us we want 100% remote. So level 4 is where we are at right now. And I want the community, the teachers, the staff, everybody to understand we are at level 4, which is the most strict learning environment before the governor can come in and shut us down. We're at the highest level of, as far as stringent, we are at the highest level, and we need for the staff and the community to understand where we're at. Level 4. So we can only go up because you, the board, now is in control. You're now driving the bus, as Ms. Vela would say. You, the board, you have the authority to tell us what it is you want done for the safety of our kids and our families, our parents, our staff, and everyone. So thank God for that. Anyway, so then the governor said, okay, we can do that, but we're going to give you a 4-week transition period for you all to think about how it is you're going to start softly bringing students back. And at that time, even the local, and I'm not bringing in the local government, because as of the end of July, the local government really has no authority in the school business. It's you that have all the authority. You, the school board, are the ones that have all the authority to make all this decision. So I'm not even bringing in the local government on any of this as to close or open or when, because now it's you all that we have to be working with to ensure that we have all the safety practices in place. And again, thank God for that, because we have better connection and better communication with you all than we do with anybody else. So level 4, the most strict learning environment before the governor can intervene and close down our schools statewide. And when I mean close down the schools, I'm talking about in-person, statewide, or virtual, remote for all. That means, because in level 4, we were giving the teachers the option. You can come in or you can stay at home. I failed to say that. Let me go back to level 4. Level 4, the teachers would have the option to either teach from school, where all the resources are, or stay at home if you don't feel comfortable coming in, and make sure that you still meet all the requirements that need to be, that we are asking for, as far as attendance, as far as delivery of instruction, that you meet all the requirements that the state is, kind of telling us you have to do this, that, and the other. So we have teachers that are wanting to stay home, and it's their right. So we're at level 4, where some teachers are wanting to come to school, and that's fine. So it's an option. And as I said, at that time, the principals with their essential staff would be the only ones on campus. And the essential, I have another handout that I will go over with you in a little bit that has the essential staff in there. And I want you to know that those staff members by grade level, by elementary, middle, and high school, were determined by the campus principals, not by us at Central, by the principals. And more than that, in unison, with uniformity in mind. I commend the principals for coming in together and saying, this is the way it's going to be done at the elementary, this is the way it's going to be done at the middle school, and this is who we want at the high school level. They had several meetings here in this room with us, but we let them loose. We let them decide how it is they felt, because only they know their staff and their environment and their building better than we do. They know what is safer for their campus than we do. So we said, you can bring the staff, a skeleton crew or essential staff, but only ensuring, and Dr. Salinas was always there to ensure that, hey, yes, we can, but only ensuring that we follow the work safe plan and social distancing. And that has always, throughout the summer, we've been harping on our staff that is at campus, the essential staff that is at campus, and even our staff here at central office. We make the rounds. I go to the offices and make sure that, and sometimes they're behind their chair alone in an office, and they are okay without the mask, but as soon as I walk in, it goes on right away. Or when anybody, they're abiding by, if we have somebody that is not abiding by certain work safe requirements, we bring them up to my office and we talk to them on a one-to-one basis. And I have not, but one early, it hasn't happened anymore. Everybody here at administration is abiding by the plan. So let me go back and continue with level 4 a little bit, because we have that four-week waiver that the commissioner gave us. And then later on, he came out and extended to us the ability to go 4 more weeks with the authority of the board again. But the only difference here is a week before the 4-week period, the last 4-week periods, we have to come to you all and show, and you have to approve. We have to submit a waiver to you all, and you all have to approve that waiver for the extension, the 4-week extension. And that is where we are at right now. That is where hopefully at that point in time, anything else that has to be done will require board action. It's only through your action that things can be different than what I spelled them out for you right now. And the reason I'm coming to you all with this plan today is because I want for you, the staff and the community, to understand that we are thinking safety first, and I'm being redundant, but we have to, you can never say it enough. We have to be very careful. We have to take care of each other. And by doing that, and we, as a matter of fact, yesterday or day before, on Monday, actually on Friday, we started talking to the principals about the events that are going to be taken are already taking place in some campuses, as far as curbside pickup and materials and all this that are happening. We are giving our principals directives as to what it is they need to tell the staffs, how to take care of themselves. We're trying to let us help you help yourselves, kind of is what we're saying. We want for everybody to feel safe that what we're doing at the curb pickup, materials, electronic devices, whatever they might be, that we do it in a safe and orderly manner. And that's our main concern right now. And that's what we're asking of our staff, our principals, and their skeleton crew that they have on board at the different campuses. Okay, let's say we're at level 4 and things begin to get worse. The only thing that can happen from then on is everybody, even the teachers, level 5, with a governor shutdown, even the all the teachers, the 20% of the teachers that were at school, they have to go. That's the only difference. They have to go home. They have to stay home. Everybody stays home, except the principal and maybe one other, maybe a custodian or somebody else to help him out or keep him company or whatever. But the school doors need to remain open. The school buildings, not the door, but somebody has to be there to at least answer the phone. So that's where we're at with level 4 and now level 5 with the governor shutdown, that everybody goes home except the principal and maybe one or two staff members. They decide who. And that would be everybody at home, teaching and learning at home, both teachers and students. That is the most strict learning environment that the state will provide. And then we can only work our way up. And from the level 4 that we're at, we're gonna start coming back softly, not all at one time. Y'all can help us determine how we can come back. We can come back with a certain small group, be it a grade level as an example. Maybe the 6th graders can come back and let us see how we can manage this. Or maybe 2 grade levels, an elementary and a middle school, or maybe even just those students that really are behind and maybe, and I hate to say it like this, but those students that need more help, the ones that didn't have the devices, that still are having some learning, not learning, but some internet difficulties, even though they have the devices. They might still have, the students that we were going to bring in with a face-to-face as a requirement by the commissioner, maybe we can concentrate on that population. But it's a structured plan, what we have before you. It's a structured plan on how it is we need to bring back a certain population or a grade level on a soft scale. And so that's level 3. Now we go back in reverse. And I'm hoping this will happen sometime this year. Might not happen the first semester, might not. Let's be realistic about this. But hopefully we can return back to normal sometime in the year. We can go back to level 3, where we have a small population. Let's see how it works, and then we go up to level 2, where the parents will have a choice as to whether to send them or keep them at home. And then eventually, hopefully, by the end of the year, we'll be at level 1, where everybody's at home. I mean, at school. Everybody's at school receiving a face-to-face, and the only thing that would be different than last year would be we would be a lot more strict as far as sanitizing and keeping our buildings safe and making sure that we have all our equipment for all the staff. All that being said, I'm open to questions that you might have on the plan as to how it is we plan to start. Always remember we're at level 4. And I hope this would put the community at ease and know that this board and this administration is working very closely with each other in an effort to keep everybody safe. Safety is our #1 priority this year. Yes, ma'am. Your mic is not on. Mr. Barran. And on the computer, the mute. Unmute.
The button.
That's what it was.
There.
Oh, okay. So everybody starts on August 31st with remote learning.
I failed to mention it. Yes.
During those 4 weeks, that's all is going to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you quite well. Yes, everybody starts at 31st. I heard that. The first 4 weeks, the transition, really, there's no transition.
To consider anything. for the first 4 weeks.
Exactly.
And we're going to be taking note of what's happening in those homes before, and you, at one point you'll pass.
I hear an echo, Eddie. Can you fix this somewhat? I'm not hearing everything. I don't know about the rest of you. Are you all hearing an echo? Microphone up a little bit. Yeah. That one, okay.
Okay. So during those 4 weeks, we will be evaluating the success of what's happening at the individual homes. And it's at that point or sometime within the point of the 4 weeks that you'll be coming back to the board to see what we're going to do the next 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
Right.
We'll take it pretty much on a day-to-day basis. We will now remember, unless things happen from the agency, right now that's what is in place. We ask for a waiver for the second 4 weeks from you all, and then we continue to monitor with your assistance. We continue to monitor how it is the programs are working at home, the pandemic number, the where it is where we're at, and then you all will help us determine how it is, what it is we need to do. Do we continue with this plan with a level 4 and keep everybody at home? And yes, in answer to your question, yes, you all are in control. You will make that determination as you see the programs working, or if we need any adjustments to be made, we'll make them.
Mr. Garza, so
Yes,
the
ma'am.
first day of school is when for students?
August the 31st.
That is the first day of school.
First day for students to get instruction.
Thank you.
The week before that, the teachers will be receiving in-services, virtual, of course. So that's a very good point that you brought. August the 31st is a starting point. It's the starting date for students. Parents need to remember that, and we have a lot more information to give you about the rollout plan that we have for different things that are happening. And for that, I'm going to ask you to, but let me ask if you all have any more questions before I go on.
And President Salinas, just to inform you that this item did come before the Curriculum and Instruction Committee, and Mr. Garza was directed and administration that it had to be brought to the full board for discussion. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, question. Mr. Garza,
Yes, sir.
on this particular sheet that was provided to us, it says draft and
Yes.
the watermark. And although you say we are currently at level 4, when are we going live with this? And when
When you all give it the blessing, then hopefully tonight you will say, if you need to make adjustments, you can direct us to do that tonight. If you feel good with the plan, tomorrow we'll put it on our web and it will start being in effect tomorrow.
I think we need to go live ASAP.
And Mr. Peña, Board President, if I may, that was discussed during the curriculum meeting, so that it would be discussed. Any additions or deletions or clarifications would be from the entire board, so that this would be looked at today and possibly give it the approval.
Do we have it as an action? We don't have it as an action item?
No, sir.
But it doesn't need to be.
Yes.
Okay. No, that's fine. Then I just want to be assured that when posted on the web, that as you have provided the list of essential staff based on campus, that all of it be together in one page so that it provides clarity. So all
yes.
pages. Yeah.
I'll give you more information on the attachments that we have there.
Yes, sir. But I mean the essential
Yes,
staff.
they will be on. Yes, sir.
Yeah, together. So the plan and the essential staff.
Everything that you're getting today in the packet will be
Yes,
in the web also.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Because again, we do still get questions from staff.
Yes.
When do I report, or am I supposed to report? This would give them all the clarity right here. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
may I ask a question, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask for clarification purposes, the individuals that have the option to stay from home, are they only teachers, or is there anyone else that has the availability to work from home? And not only in the schools, but in central office also, was the
Okay.
question that I have.
That will be determined by their immediate supervisor and them on a one-to-one basis. Every case is different. That's why we ask the principals to be a huge part as to who it is they wanted for essential staff at campus. And we realize what you're saying is very true. We're already experiencing that. And they would have to work with either their principal or here at administration or transportation with their immediate supervisor and make those just arrangements on a one-to-one basis. Like I said, I cannot tell you how because every case is different. Every employee will have a different reason and documentation and whatever. So it will be determined as to who comes. The principals are also talking about the list that is there, maybe to begin with, every day. Later on, it could be on a staggered, maybe some one day of the week, 2 days of the week, the others the other days. It's not gonna be, they won't be needed there all the time because once you get everything rolling, you can do most of the work from home. And so that can be decided by the principal and the staff members.
And also another question, because I know all of us as board members, we don't just get questions from the teachers and the people that work at the schools, but we get questions from transportation, from garden, from all the bus barn. We get questions from
All departments, yes.
all departments. This only addresses the schools as far as essential. Do you have anything that can address the questions that we're getting from the other departments or the other part of the school where it can be for more clarification?
And I'm glad you brought that up because Dr. Salinas is here and he has already been working with some staff members that have encountered that for whatever reason. But yes, and he has already talked to his supervisors that they will be dealing with their subordinates on a one-to-one basis. I don't know if Dr. Salinas wants to add to that or Dr. Salinas?
Well, before Dr. Salinas speaks, I just wanted to go ahead and, as important as this is, as Mr. Pena said, and I agree with him, to post it on the web, we also need to go ahead and have the concerns of the rest of the staff in the other departments to post something on the web to address their concerns. That way, there's clarity along with every department, not just the schools, but all the other departments as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have that plan in place right now, Mr. Farias.
Okay.
Okay, can we go ahead and do this right now to put it on the web as of tomorrow with your approval? And then as we get it done later in the week, the attachments, we can add it on to the start?
Yes, well, I've always been pushing for something to go out there for clarification purposes.
Yes.
But as long as we can address the other departments also,
We will.
we don't leave them behind.
We will. We just don't want to delay anymore.
That's fine. That's fine.
This up. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Vela.
And President Salinas, this also came through Curriculum and Instruction Committee. And I know that principals have been meeting to together and uniformly come up with the designated essential staff. And as Mr. Garza has said, I also would like to say and agree with Ms. Gonzalez that as we go week by week, we look at and evaluate what's happening. And if things turn in a more negative way, that again, we work with our principals and put some of this essential staff on a rotation basis, be it the librarian, our counselors, or whomever is already designated, which is essential. As we look at it week by week, then we develop a rotation basis so that everyone stays safe.
Definitely.
But
We'll be
this
working
did
with,
come
yes.
through curriculum, President Salinas. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any further questions or
Yes.
for Mr. Garza? I can't hear you. Is that Mrs. Garcia?
Is that on?
Hold on, Oscar.
Okay. Okay, excuse me. Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm in agreement with what we've all as board members have discussed right now on this plan. But we just need to make sure that everyone is given the opportunity, as Mr. Farias and Mr. Peña had said, as far as given the option of being able to work from home or from school. And I know you said that it was based on the supervisors, just as long as there's fairness across the board with all the employees.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, please.
Definitely. Yes.
If you can please look into that, Mr. Salinas.
And
Mario.
Okay.
with that, Mr. Garza, just to say the fairness, as stated, that it also, if necessary, if need be, that there'd be a rotational opportunity for them too. Okay?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Very well taken. Point very well taken. Let me continue with the next handout that you have before you. We call it the parent communication. Again, we're trying to communicate as much as we can with the parent. We call it the parent communication rollout. It's not a calendar. It's in a calendar format. I just want to explain it briefly what it is. And we have several means of communicating with our parent. The one that is the main one that we would want to emphasize tonight, and I encourage the parents, every parent has access to email information. Every through Skyward, you have go into the website and use your child's Skyward number, password, and you can get in, and you can get all the information that we send out, because there are several means of communication that we can communicate to the parents. One is email, and of course we have the website, which is my favorite. I go into the website every day, and we're going to start even making a lot more changes in the website from here on out, now that we have this coming up. Text is the other route, and social media. And believe it or not, right now, social media seems to be a very popular one. Facebook, and I have no stock, no shares in, but it's a one that we've been getting a lot of views from, and we get information from that. We found out sometime this week that as you look at the events here, the first, and I call them vignettes. I don't know if you all have been seeing those little clips that we put out, that we've asked Mr. Cantu, Romeo Cantu, and his staff and through Dr. Moreno to put out on a daily basis. Every day we're sending one, and that's what this calendar-like thing is. It's, if you go back to where it says August the 6th, we had like we would like to call it a kickoff. And again, log on to your Skyward account, parents, and you can see them on the web. You can see all these little, we call them videos, links, parent links, vignettes, call them whatever you want to, but they're really like 3-4 minute clips that give you information as to the first one was on update contact information. And so I went to the parents and I pleaded the parents to please call in to your school, call in whoever you can get a hold of at the school or central office to give us your update information as far as, number one, phone number or address, whatever. We found out recently that, you won't believe this, but about 1/3 of the population changed their phone numbers within the summer. That's a very high number. So we asked parents, we were relying on text messages, we were relying on some things that were the phone calls, and some of those were not happening because they had not updated their contact information with the school. And that's why we have somebody at school every day, call the school. If you have changed your phone number, that's the first one you have to take care of. Make sure that the school has your updated phone number. Number one. And then, of course, if you've moved address and that, because later on we might need to distribute some information to the home. So that's, but the most important right now is phone number, most current phone number that you have. We need it. That was last Thursday. And then Friday of last week, we had the second one. It was a mental health safety alert through Ms. Hinojosa's office and her counselors that we put out a little vignette on the on again. It's on social media. We're going to send it a website, put it on website, get it whichever way. And again, encouraging parents, get a hold of your child's Skyward account number and log in daily to check your email, because all of this will once you have the email or the website, you can get all the information that you need to from the district. Yesterday we started the back to school drive. I'm sorry, yes, yesterday. Back to school drive, and that's what you have in the handout that I gave you all. It's the schedule and of the back to school drive-throughs that are going to happen all this week and some next week, depending on the grade level, elementary, middle, and high school. But some of the little flyers that are there in your packet have been given to the parents through their curbside meal program, so they can know like the school start date, Spanish and English, that has been given to the parents. The mental health safety alert system, that was also given to the parents. So what we're saying with that calendar that is there, that was what we call their release, the film release. This is when you can, the videos were released to the public. Mine was on the 6th. Social services was on the 7th. The 10th, today, we start with back to school. And you will see on the handouts some of the videos. And then tomorrow, we'll be concentrating actually today was new students registration. And most of this happened online. All the registration was online. Now we might have some that might have come to school, and we have asked the principals to have a drop box somewhere outside the door where they can come, or pick up box where they can come and pick up applications or drop off applications at the front door of the school, and without having to go in the building. So today we were concentrating on new students, registration for new students, pre-K and all new students to any grade. Okay, and we will continue. This is not the only day that's happening. That can happen anytime. Today was the kickoff for it, but we need parents to understand that this continues. If you didn't register your new student today, do it tomorrow day. Call the school first and see if you need to set an appointment or come by and drop it off in the box, or get online and fill it out online. If you have any questions, call the school. But registration started today. Tomorrow's parent-teacher communication will have the class schedule. And I don't think we included it in because it hasn't happened yet, but we'll send them on Friday. I'll send you, I had it in my office. Why I didn't put it in this packet, I don't know. My mistake, but we have the class schedules for the elementaries already out. So that will be happening tomorrow at the pickup. That will give the parents and the students a preview of day one of school. That's tomorrow, Wednesday. And if you look on Wednesday, it's for 4th grade at the elementary level. At the middle school, it would be for the 19th would be 7th grade. Let's see. Let me make sure that I got the right. No, I'm sorry. No. The 12th. Actually, I'm a week ahead. Yes, I'm a week ahead.
You already, yes.
Yes, I'm a week ahead. This is not gonna happen until yes, the back to school pickup is not gonna happen, but the communication is still there. Yes, the parent teacher communication will be on tomorrow. The class schedules and all that. You can get a preview on the vignette that is going to be aired tomorrow. Tomorrow is the release time for that vignette, for example, for that video to go on. On Thursday, we have returning students registration update. Most of the students have already pre-registered. There's very little that they need to do with their registration. A lot of it can be done online. And if you need assistance, call the school. They will help you out. They will direct you as to what it is you need to do. And then on Friday, excuse me, yes, ma'am.
Is someone at the campus level already checking the pre-registration of students?
We should have that's why we asked at the elementary, it's a little different. The high school, we brought in the counselors, they're already checking all that. The counselors at the middle school and high school. At the elementary, we started bringing in the counselors and the curriculum assistants and librarians and others, the crew, the skeleton crew this week. Yes, we do have that. We have people there at school that can help them with registration or any question they might have.
At what point will we know how many students are going to start the program on the 31st?
That's a good question. At what point do we know what the membership is going to be for every campus, is what you're asking?
Yes.
Dr. Moreno can probably answer that better than I can.
To your first question, can you hear me? To your first question, Ms. Gonzalez, the principals have brought in key staff members to run reports to identify those parents who have not yet completed the pre-registration process. Parents, as they are coming through the drive-through, picking up instructional materials, picking up a device if they're being called, part of the report that we provided to the campuses and the principals determine or shows whether or not they've already completed the pre-registration process. So as they're coming through or as they're calling home, they are asking parents to make sure that they complete the pre-registration process before they even come in and pick up materials, or they help facilitate that process. So the elementary schools were at an average of maybe like 90% complete for pre-registration. Middle schools were in the 70s, 80s when we first came back, and the high schools were working on getting into the 70s and 80s.
So what you're saying at the elementary, we pretty much have a figure already as to how many students will be at every school.
Yes, sir. We are creating a schedule for every child that completed the school year with us last year. All of those children are being rolled over, and all of those children are going to be expected to come in on the 31st. Abel.
At what point are we going to be able to know how many students?
Just give us a date.
We can know how many students we're going to have participating on the first day of school. Or we're going to wait for the first day of school to see who shows up.
The drive-through process of parents coming in and picking up materials is one of the earliest indicators that we have for parents who are coming in and picking up materials. The campus principals are taking record of that, and they are able to determine who's coming in to get ready for the first day of school.
All that being said, by the 21st, to answer the question. The 21st is when all the curbside is done, completed by the 21st. So by the 21st, we should have a pretty accurate number, is what you're saying, Dr. Moreno? In answer to Ms. Gonzalez's question, just give us a date.
In all to this process, some campuses may still be working with parents to get those resources and materials to them even through that last week. I think that we are going to do our best effort to try and determine the number of students that came through the drive-through process, but our principals and staff are going to work through that last week of school to get resources to kids and parents before the first day of school. So they will go through and continue to call.
Okay, I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Have we,
With a yes or no, Eddie?
it was a yes, yeah, a yes or no. I know all the process of it.
Yes, ma'am, you
Yes.
do.
Yes.
I just need the numbers. But right now, since we've been operational kind of like a week, are you able to determine how many students or districts are requesting folders for? Which means they're not enrolled, they're already enrolled somewhere else?
There's some feedback on her
A lot of it.
computer. Mhm.
She's definitely.
All right. Have we, since we've been operational almost a week, is there a way that you can find out how many records other districts have requested from us? Which means that those students are not going to be coming back to us.
They're
Do you
going.
know
Yes,
that?
yes. There's a T-Rex process where districts submit a request, and I can get that number to you off the top of my head. I don't know it, but I can definitely get that for you. I've seen it. I've met with our PEAMS department. I saw it briefly, but off the top of my head, I want to give you an updated number.
Okay. Because I think that's important too.
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gonzalez, if I add that during the Curriculum and Instruction Committee meeting last week, we had representation from the elementary, middle, and high school, and Mr. Mata did say at the high school, at Economides High School, they were at 78% of bringing in or registering students. I did tell him that they needed to call and start working on bringing in many more, because 78% was still a low number for August the 5th.
That was a week ago. By now,
Yes.
I'm sure Mr. Mata has gotten into the high 80s.
And the other high
Yes.
schools too.
Mhm. Yes. Okay, but let me just recap, because I just won't
So,
need
but let me
for
ask
this.
you, Mr. Garza,
Yes, go ahead.
so the start of registration starts when?
It's going on right now. It's ongoing.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now, what you have on the screen right now for parents and staff is very important. And I just want you to know that on those days, and we'll put it on the web, so you can be looking for, as an example, if you're interested in how is a grading procedure or the grading policy going to look like, be on the lookout on the 18th. We will air the vignette on the 18th to help you understand. And it helped me understand too. I need to be listening to some of this also. If you want to know about the curbside meal program, on the 20th, we'll give you that information. Whatever date is there, that vignette will be aired on that day, but it will remain on the web, recorded for you to go back and listen to anytime you want. That's what I need for the parents to understand, that it will be there every day for you to go into. Once it's posted, once it happened, you can't go in there right now and look at the grading policy because it's not there yet. It won't be there. But you can go in there and look at anything that happened up to date and find and learn more about it. So that's what I wanted to say. And again, I encourage you parents to please, and I hate to repeat myself so many times, but it's very, very important. Log in the website, get the information, and give us your phone number if you've changed it. Those are very important. And I'm not going to go through all the different days, the different videos, because they're on there.
Mr. Garza.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to point something out. I see on the 24th, it says Safe Start School Plan. We're not going to wait till the 24th,
No, sir.
right? We're not going to wait till the 24th because as he requested, we want this out as soon as possible.
I'm glad you brought that up because in that part, we were also talking about the instructional plan. And at this point, before I forget, I need to, I have a request to make of the board that we need to have sometime, we have an off week where we don't have any meetings on the week of the, let me look at, let me think. The 17th, we don't have a board meeting. We have board meeting on the 24th, but I'm sorry, on the 25th. But on the 18th, it's open. That Tuesday is open. We are requesting to have a board workshop so that we can inform the parents as to the instructional plan. We can walk you step by step like we're doing with this plan. We want to walk you through the instructional plan for parents to have it and staff and the community to have a better understanding. And that's going to take a while. That's going to take a couple of hours.
Okay.
So we need it to be done separate and apart from this meeting. That's going to be long and very informative. And Ms. Guzman and her area directors and her coordinators have been working really very diligently to make sure that they cover. Our plan is going to be better than what you've seen out there that has come because we've waited to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row, and we will be ready on the 18th to present it to you for two reasons. One is for informational. The other is we need to have like a public hearing to allow the parents to view it also.
Good.
So this is going to be a public hearing / workshop. And the parents can tune in on the 18th and listening to the workshop and see. It's going to be like a town hall meeting. Okay.
What time?
Excuse me?
What time?
You call it 6 o'clock, or you want to do it earlier? It doesn't matter. It's a workshop. We can do it at 5.
6, 5?
I think any time after work for parents,
5:30.
it would have to be not in the middle of the day or
5:30.
5:30. 5:30, but so the parents can have a chance to get
5:30 to allow the public to
Yes.
join in the meeting.
Sure, we need to do that.
Mr. Garza, if I may, also, President Salinas, through the instruction committee, we did stress to the curriculum and instruction department that also they prepare, just like we prepared the teacher expectations, we have expectations for parents so that the parents are able to get that sheet of paper, put it on their refrigerator and say to their children, school, you have to be up by 7:30. You have to log on by 8 o'clock. This is your schedule. And I think that parents will appreciate that. In addition to our teacher expectations, let's have some for our parents so that they keep it, they follow that schedule daily. They're looking at their teacher schedule, but they also help us prepare their children for this virtual online learning. That is extremely important for our parents, that we have a sheet that says parental expectations and of course, calling their campus principals anytime they need it. So I know that Ms. Guzman and her staff are probably working on that. Parent expectations. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to stop there. I think I've talked enough about our plan, about our videos that are forthcoming, about the information that parents need to be on the lookout for. And with your permission, Mr. President, I want to continue with the handouts that you have on your packet.
Mr. Garza, yes, sir.
Yes,
We
sir.
can move on. Can I ask you just one question? And one of the things that I'm getting is, how many people do we have working the phones in our schools?
Well, right now, and okay, the next item would be the designated essential staff. And if you look at that, let somebody post it on the, here it comes. There's the handouts that have been going out. Those are all the flyers. And back to the schedule, the calendar. Okay. There, right there. Okay. If you look at what's on screen right now, at the elementary, we have the principal as of this week, the CA, the secretary, the librarian, and we have an intern. That's it for the first couple of days. And then today, because of other things happening, look at the title, it says principal designated essential staff. Please understand that this essential staff, one, they were developed by the principals at the different levels. This is, for example, we're looking at the elementary right now. We're looking at the elementary where we only have an answer to your question, answering the calls for whatever. But the principal designated, it could be the curriculum assistant, it could be, I think the whole team is available they're working on getting materials ready for distribution later on in the week. And we might only have one person answering the phone. Most of the time, it's only the secretary answering the phone because everybody else, they've got other responsibilities to be working on. The principals are working more than their share, the long hours, to make sure that they are ready for curbside distribution. So all that being said,
I understand. I just some of the things that I'm getting is, you know, there's parents trying to reach our schools at this time, and they're not able to get in or get, you know, their phone calls answered. So that was
only one person.
I wanted to. Yeah, I just wanted. I understand now, and just that'll be good to let the public know
that's what we have right now at every campus.
Yeah, just so that they know that the essential. They have to just be patient with us at this time because we're only bringing essential staff. So you know, because one of the calls I got was that there's just a lot of calls going into campuses, and you know, obviously when you only have one person and you have 2,000 kids at the high school and parents are calling, it's going to take things. So just you know, we might have to look at that, sir.
Yes, we can certainly, and the principals will be having the PIAs and the PIMS clerks coming in this week also, and they will also be helping with the phone calls. We didn't have those yesterday, and they just barely came in today. By tomorrow, we'll probably have at every level, we'll probably have 3 people that can be available for that. It's going to be determined by the principal. The principal knows better how many people they need in the cafeteria or in the gymnasium to be separating the materials and be getting them ready for distribution, and how many they can afford to have in the office answering the phone. They know better than I do, and at least how many people they need, but it's not too many, and that's maybe why the phone calls are not getting through. Yeah, because it's only one person usually answering the phone calls in most cases. That's a good question. And then you can see that later on in the week, by tomorrow, on the 17th, next week we'll have more people coming in. And as it gets closer, we'll have more and more. But if the principals at any time feel like they need to bring somebody in, or maybe somebody does not want to come in because they have a situation at home, maybe there's one that has a condition that maybe she's not able to come this week, we've told the principals, you have the flexibility to get a substitute. Get a teacher that could, and not on a voluntary basis, a teacher that can come and replace maybe a CA or a counselor or a librarian that cannot come for whatever reason, and get that teacher to come in and replace them. But at the same time, if it's a teacher you're gonna pay them the $240 a day. We're gonna pay them the summer salary for working during the summer for teachers. The NTPs will be getting their daily rate when they come in. And teachers will be getting pretty much their summer pay. If they come in if they volunteer to come and assist with the distribution, if the principals in unison are in uniformity come to me and say, hey, we need a couple of more teachers to help us, get them. Just know that we're going to be out there. Not only we, the city is also going out there to monitor. The fire department is going out there to monitor that we are abiding by a work safe plan. So, but I know Dr. Salinas every day, he says, I need to be going out to go monitor some campuses. And he's got at least 4 or 5 people by quadrants every day. We're making rounds
Okay, let's go.
to police the safety of our staff, making sure that everybody is keeping their distance and wearing the proper PPEs. Okay, so that's a schedule, and as Mr. Peña and Mr. Faria said, we will post this skeleton crew list on the web also as soon as possible. And the last item that is on there, and it's the personal protective equipment, the PPEs that I'm referring to. To date, this is what has been distributed. It's not for my eyes because the print is kind of small. Some of you can probably see it better than I can, but you can have a good. It gives you a good picture as to how it is, how well prepared we are at every campus with all the personal protective equipment that is needed by our staff to ensure that they are remaining safe while at work. And there's more to come. We're still ordering some in order, and there's more equipment. Dr. Salinas is always looking to make sure that we order more things, and we want to be sure that we never run short. The one good thing the TA has done for us this summer, they provided us a whole bunch of equipment also. We had them stored at the Calder Holder building, and it has all been, as of today, it has all been dispersed to the different campuses. And it's like I told them at Fixed Assets and Dr. Moreno, this is the number of computers I want to see in your building by next week. 0. This is the number of equipment that I want to see in storage by next week. 0. Let's get everything out to the campuses. Just like our staff here at the central office is working very, very hard to get all their materials and supplies to the campuses, we need to do the same thing with the other equipment that is out there. And I know they'll get it done. I know they will. Any questions on the, this is, of course, is just for information basis.
Yes, sir, I do, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, as you've showed us on the essential staff, I'm not seeing a nurse in any of these schools, elementary, middle, and high school. Who's going to be taking the temperatures?
That's an automatic. They're there. They will be there. That's an automatic. Why we didn't put them on there is beyond me. But that's a good question to have. Dr. Salinas, can you answer that? You're not on.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
They're there already.
Yes.
They're already on campus.
But they're part of the essential.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They are there. Why we didn't put them on here? I think before we post it, we need to add the nurses to this list before we put it on the web.
Okay, and if I may ask, is the nurse going to be taking the temperature as each employee walks into the school? Or who is going to be taking the temperature and logging it? Or are they going to log it?
Mrs. Garcia, the nurses have taken on that role. They've been on campus for 2 weeks now.
Okay.
They're in charge of making sure that everybody comes in there, passes the questionnaire, and including the temperature. And they mark the temperature here, and they let them through. They're in charge of that. And they've been assigned to the campuses as of 2 weeks ago.
Okay, and has each school already have the 6 feet distancings before they enter for the eggs so that no one goes and crowds in together? Are they 6 feet distant? Are the marks there for the employees as they get to the schools?
as they come to the school, miss, we have a police officer as well assigned to make sure that the staff is social distancing, and the workspace plan, which all the campuses have already developed, addresses the social distancing with the staff. Ms. Garcia.
We can go in there and do the Walmart thing and do the mark.
They're not marketing.
They're not marking, that's what I'm saying, if they're marking it for the safety of everyone, so that Ms. Vela and I don't get to the school and we're there chit-chatting, and we should be self-distancing. And I know you mentioned you're putting the temperature on the band.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not going against the HIPAA? Because if I'm walking and Ms. Vela says, oh, you had 100 or 99.9.
Well, we put it in there because it's taken here, and when we get to the office, we won't forget what it was and record it, and then we can just erase it. That's for the benefit of,
But that's not going against the HIPAA, because you're actually displaying what it is.
Let me tell you why we put it on there. Because usually there's 4 or 5 people in line, social distanced, but they're there in line, and the nurse does not want to say 95.5 like I had today out loud.
Okay, but that's when they document it, sir. So each nurse should have a log and say, okay, Ms. Vela walked in, she had 94.5. Ms. Gonzalez walked in, she had 96.1.
Yes.
Mr. Pena, and that's the nurse's records. And it shouldn't be made visible for anyone.
The log, we're logging in, my log is in the office as an example.
Okay.
So I go to my office and I log it in into my there. From here, and so what you're saying, bring the log to the nurse and let her record on the log instead of here.
Each nurse at each school should have their own log of all the employees that are going into work, and she should be logging in, and that's her personal record. It's not from Ms. Gonzalez or from Ms. Vela or from Mr. Farias or Mr. Peñas, for them to know about what everybody's temperature was. And that's what I'm saying.
Yes. Well, I think the only answer to that is, instead of them writing it, we need to bring our log with us when we come in every morning and let the nurse record it on the log instead of in the wristband.
Okay, so if I were to walk in the morning and I should leave, is the nurse going to take that temperature again if I should have to leave the school for whatever reason? I'm gone for an hour, went and picked up lunch, or I had to go pick up medication on my school lunch. No. Is someone going to be there to document the temperature as they enter, as they're going and coming?
The temperature is taken only once, and that's why we have the wristband to show that it was taken in the morning, and they can go get their lunch and come in. We do only have the back door is only open at a certain time in the morning, and we lock. All the people need to come in through the front door. All the employees need to come in through the front door, and the way we let them in is that they're wearing their band. If they're not wearing a band, they don't come in unless they get checked by the nurse.
Okay, so they're only going to take. Okay, so they're only going to take the temperatures only once in the morning, and that's it.
That's what we're doing right now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions people might have on any of the items that we've discussed so far? Yes, ma'am.
Minga. Unmute on the computer.
Mr. Garza.
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to say that perhaps, Ms. Guzman, when we do the back-to-school drive-through, that at that time we also hand out that parent expectation or put them in the bag already so that it goes. Thank you.
Anytime we have a parent coming to school, we need to take advantage of whatever literature we need to give them.
Put it in their bag.
That's a for sure, yes.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Good suggestion. If no other questions, Mr. President, I'm done with the superintendent's report.
Thank you.
Mr. Salinas.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm done with the superintendent's report.
Okay.
Public comment?
We'll go to public comments.
Yes, sir. We do have a couple or three actually. The first one is David Anshan, I think is the name. David, are you in the conference room somewhere?
Hello, if people can hear me, my name is Dr. David Anshin. I'm a professor at University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, and I've lived in Edinburgh since 2005. I'd like to speak on the discussion about the name of the elementary school, Robert E. Lee. Okay, were people able to hear what I just said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to speak on behalf of the idea of changing the school. I think that it's very important. One of the things I do is I teach literature and cultural studies for students at the university. And I think that we are discovering that the symbolism, the idea of honoring the Confederacy, the history of America that was reflected by slavery is something that we should oppose. I think that people around the country and the world are looking at these issues, thinking about them, and I think that there's a sense that there's a necessity for change. I also think that to constantly honor figures that were known for supporting slavery or various kinds of injustices against people of color is something that is really shameful to have take place in a community like Edinburgh, which is largely working class and largely economically and racially disadvantaged. I think it's really a travesty. So I just wanted to speak on behalf of the idea of changing the name to some person who doesn't have the association with the horrible crimes that were taking place during slavery. So thank you for listening and for hearing me out. And I'd just like to express my views. I know I'm speaking for a lot of other people at the university, people who are in the history department, in the humanities. America is beginning to really have to be forced to face up to some of the real legacy of racism. And I think it would be really a great thing if we took a positive action as is taking place throughout the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next one is
Thank you.
Rodriguez, I think it is. Mr. Rodriguez, are you in the audience? He can start, Romeo.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Greg Rodriguez. My name is Greg Rodriguez, a lifetime resident of Edinburgh, Texas, and Edinburgh North High School alumni and proud ECISD parent. I simply wanted to state tonight that I was pleased to finally see the renaming of Robert E. Lee on the action agenda for this meeting. I'm glad we're one step closer to finally taking down the name which represents nothing but hate and the legacy of slavery and inequality, which many of our current social and political problems stem from. Now we are one step closer to being a community, proud to join the many across the United States that are doing away with monuments and placards which celebrate brutality and bigotry. Let us do the right thing here tonight and let us move to erase the name of Robert E. Lee from an otherwise great campus with great students, great teachers, and great staff. This is not a move to erase history, as some will mistakenly argue, but it is a move to refuse to acclaim and celebrate those that, if they were alive today, would have hated, mistreated, and exploited us. It is a move to refuse to celebrate those that have left us with a system which still unjustly exploits and murders Black and brown people. For a world free of bigotry and racism, let's do the right thing tonight. I urge you to vote in favor of renaming Robert E. Lee Elementary. And also for the record, I just want to state that there are at least 5 people outside this building that were here to sign up for public comment also in support of renaming Robert E. Lee Elementary. They were unable to sign up. And at this time, I would like to also present the board with a petition in support of renaming Robert E. Lee Elementary with just under 1,000 signatures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Jocelyn Pineda, I think it is.
Why can't I do this? Hello? Hello and good evening to everybody here. Thank you for having us and adding this important issue to your action agenda. My name is Jocelyn Pineda and I'm a graduate student at the university, and I'm an Edinburgh resident since early childhood. I'm here today to talk about the importance of changing the school's name. As we all know, Robert E. Lee was an infamous Confederate general who fought alongside the South to keep slavery. Robert E. Lee was a traitor against his own country, the country that he once fought so valiantly for. Some people have even compared the significance of his betrayal to that of Benedict Arnold. He killed his own people, fellow Americans, all because he believed human enslavement should remain legal. In a letter written to the New York Times in 1858, Lee says, and I quote, "The blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa, morally, socially, and physically. The painful discipline that they are undergoing is necessary for their instruction as a race." Robert E. Lee tried justifying the abuse, the violence, and the torturing of Black lives when we all know then and now that it is morally wrong. Robert E. Lee represents the very worst of the Old South, which is a man willing to betray his own country and slaughter his own men, all to maintain a violent and unfree society for Black people. We should not be honoring this man in any way, let alone naming an elementary after him. It is disrespectful not only to our country, but to our Black brothers and sisters. I ask everyone to reflect on the painful history and terror that this man brought into our country, and ask yourself whether this is somebody we should be honoring. I suggest renaming the school after a local hero, Gloria E. Ansaldúa, who was born and raised in Harlingen, Texas. She attended the University of Texas Pan American, and she was a respected author, poet, and activist who fought against racism and sexism in our country. Her work is regularly honored and used at the university here, as it is extremely relevant to our culture and our lifestyle. Her work has imprinted a positive impact on so many individuals and should be honored in the Rio Grande Valley. I ask you to please consider Gloria E. Ansaldúa as the new name for our local elementary. Thank you all.
Thank you. That concludes public comments, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. We will now go to the consent agenda.
Well, the minutes first, I think.
I'm sorry.
No, consent agenda.
Yeah, okay. I'll go to item 7A, consent agenda. I'd like to have a motion for A through
T.
C. What is it on?
T.
All the way.
T.
7T.
Yes, to P. Yes.
Move for approval.
I have a motion from Ms. Gonzalez, second from Ms. Vela. Discussion? If no discussion, all those in favor, I will call roll call. Ms. Carmen Gonzalez?
Support.
Mr. Peña? Mr. Salinas? Mr. Farias?
4.
Mrs. Domingo Vela?
4.
Ms. Letty Garcia?
4.
Mr. Salinas is 4.
Yes.
4. Yes, okay.
Robert Peña is 4.
Robert Peña is 4, so we have the item has passed. We'll go to item 8, action agenda. A, discussion and possible action to accept the community nominations to rename Robert E. Lee. Can I have a motion?
Second.
Vote for approval. I have a second from Mr. Peña, a motion from Ms. Gonzalez. Discussion.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
As far as the action of accepting community nomination, do we already have some nominations?
No. That I know
Okay.
of.
Okay. So
I was wanting sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
no. I just wanted to go ahead and get clarification on that, just so everybody would know that we still don't have any nominations for that. But how are we going to proceed with that? Are we going to proceed with that with a committee?
I was thinking because of the COVID situation and trying to bring people in. And so is allowing the community to submit their nominations, and then we'll have a committee meeting like we do, and then we the board obviously would make a decision anyway to decide who would be the name for the naming of the renaming of Robert E. Lee.
Okay.
That's what my thinking is.
And what is the process?
Well, the process would be, and we could talk about the process more, but it would be, to me, it would be that we would post it obviously on our website at ECISD. They would go through the process of submittals, obviously. And we've done this before when we've named other, like the other parks, other centers, and then there would be a list of those names. Those names will be before us with the bios. We would look through them, and then the board would select the name or the names, and then we choose one of the names. And I know there's a lot of people that are deserving of that honor. Or we could, I mean, I haven't really worked through that. I think of today is more of a voting to just start the process of renaming it, and we can work on it if you want. Or I would, you know how it is, it's harder to get together and put people together, but, I was wanting to, and it ultimately will be our decision. So, but whatever way you all like, I'm open to that, the discussion on that.
With the high interest of the community, I think maybe you can direct administration or public relations to develop the process and announce it to the public as soon as possible. Let's say giving them maybe 3 weeks to submit that recommendation.
Ms.
Okay,
Gonzalez,
I would do that.
Mr. President, as the agenda states, it is going to be posted on our website tomorrow, beginning August 12th and ending September 3rd. Romeo Kalu, the Public Information Office, will be announcing it on Facebook and other media, Twitter and Instagram. We will be announcing that we are accepting nominations, and they fill out an online form between August 12th and September 3rd. It will close September 3rd at 5 p.m. So tomorrow will be the launch of full notification to our community.
Everybody okay with that?
If everybody
Yes.
okay, then I would like
I'm in
to
agreement.
call I'm gonna call for a vote. And I will start with Ms. Carmen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Peña,
Yes.
Mr. Salinas, Javier. Mr. Faria,
Yes.
Mrs. Vela,
Yes.
Mrs. Garcia,
Yes.
and myself, President, yes. So that item has passed, and we will start the process of renaming Robert Lee. We'll go to item B. Approval to authorize the superintendent to enter into a electronic contract with the highest ranked retail electronic provider from RFP 2096 Retail Electric Service. Can I have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
I have a motion for Ms. Gonzalez, second for Ms. Vela. Discussion?
Mr. President, this was brought before Facilities Committee, and the Facilities Committee is recommending to the board as it's been submitted in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a vote. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Peña?
Yes.
Mr. Salinas? Javier? Mr. Farias?
Yes.
Mrs. Vela?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
And Mr. Salinas, President Oscar, yes. The item has been approved. Item C, approval of budget amendment for general funds. I need a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
I have a motion for Ms. Gonzalez, a second for Mr. Peña. Discussion.
Can we have a brief explanation as to what the changes are?
Ms. Gonzalez, if I may, this is an amendment for 140,000.
You can't hear.
Ms. Gonzalez, this is a budget amendment for career and technical education only. This is from their funds. They are moving 120,000 to purchase instructional materials for the beginning of the school year. It is for virtual or for online materials.
So we're approving the amendment plus the purchase?
You're approving the amendment so that she can then purchase.
Well, I see some,
Pardon?
I see some purchase orders.
That is in support of what the purpose and intent is for that money.
Okay. So these purchases will come in later, or?
It is an agenda item that you will be taking action on.
Oh, okay.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll go to a vote. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Peña? Mr. Faria?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Peña says yes. Mr. Farias is a yes. Ms. Vela?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
And myself, Oscar, yes. We'll go to item D, approval of resolution 2021-16, stating the annual review for district investment policy and strategies. Can I have a motion? I have a motion for Mrs. Gonzalez. Can I have a second? Second for Mr. Peña. Discussion? If no discussion, all those in favor, raise your right hand that are there. Belisa's there, but I'll go to the vote. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Mr. Peña?
Yes.
Okay, yes, all right. And myself, Belisa, yes. I'll go to item E, approval of resolution, approve an independent source for instruction relating to investment responsibilities. Can I have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Peña, second. Discussion? If not, all those in favor, raise your right hand there. All those opposed? Motion carries. I'm for it, Elisa. Item F, approval of annual review and adoption of list of qualified broker and dealer investment firms for the district's investments. I'll have a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Ms. Gonzalez made a motion, Mr. Peña seconded. Discussion. If no discussion, all those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion carries. Item G, approval and request of proposal 2094, reading and math intervention software.
Move for approval.
I have a motion from Ms. Vela, second from Mr. Peña. Discussion? If no discussion, all those in favor, raise your right hand there. I'm for it as well. All those against? Motion carries. Item H, approval RFP Q99 for operation and fuel tank demo.
Move for approval.
I have a motion for approval, Mr. Peña, second from Ms. Gonzalez. Discussion?
For the record, Mr. President, this item was also brought before Facilities Committee, and the committee's recommendation is as submitted in the agenda packet.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any other further discussion? If not, all those in favor, raise your right hand there. All those opposed? Motion carries. Item I, approval of purchase additional computer devices for use by the students and staff as needed.
Move for approval.
I have a motion for approval from Ms. Vela, second from Mr. Peña. Discussion.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
As far as this is concerned, there's nothing in the agenda as far as itemized how that $1 million is going to be spent specifically on how many devices and how much for each device. And I just have to get clarification concerning this as far as what is this $1 million it's going to be used for. I know what it says up there, but it's not telling me any information as far as an invoice.
And I can start the discussion, and then Dr. Moreno can also.
Did this go through the IT committee meeting?
It did go through the IT, but at the same time, at our meeting that we had there, they said that they needed some devices. They said that they needed some more hotspots, but I would like to see exactly what this money is going to be used for as far as a number of Chromebooks, iPads, or what, because it just says devices.
Okay, let me start with the discussion. First and foremost, the devices have been or will be given to the students. Right now, our goal is one per home. We have at least one device per home, guaranteed. They will have at least one device per home. We also need to understand that these devices will come home because they're at home. They will break down. And things will happen at home that normally don't happen in the classroom, or maybe not. Maybe they're better to be trapped at home than they are in the classroom. And there's more hands in the classroom. But we will be retrieving devices. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
So this is specifically for Chromebooks?
This is for Chromebooks, iPads in the lower grades, Chromebooks in the upper grades, but also to replace. And then we'll do a second round. And because we realize that some parents have more than one child at home, and some have, a large number, and then we'll assess as we go along, and some parents might get a second computer based on the number of students that they have at home at different levels. So that's why we have additional devices as needed, because we know that we're going to need more than one in some homes, where at some others one computer will do. In some homes you will need maybe two, even three. I don't know, but we can guarantee one right now. But we're ordering the extra computers will be utilized, that will be distributed as soon as they come in, because we are developing a list. As parents call and say, I need more than one, we take down their name and we say, okay, maybe in the second round you'll get another one. But we got to make sure that we get one to every home first. Then when we have the second round of distribution, then we'll go to that list. And then in answer to Mr. Farias' question, that's that's the logic that we have for replacements and also for more than one computer per home. And yes, there are iPads for pre-K 1 and the Chromebooks for second grade through 12th grade. But Dr. Moreno, did I leave anything else?
Yes, I just wanted to go ahead. At our technology meeting, I asked that specific question as far as to make sure that every child that needed a device will get a device. And not every home will get a device. Every child that needs a device will get a device. Because when we did the surveys, I heard some questions that they only asked me if we had a device, but they never asked me how many kids we had in the house. There's no way that 3 children can use one device. I understand them using a hotspot, but not one device if they're going to be doing schooling at the same time during the day. So when I asked that question specifically at the technology committee meeting, we were told that every child that needed a device will get a device. And I want to make sure that that is the case, because we do need to provide every child that needs a device to do remote learning at home. It's not fair that if you have 2 or 3 kids or 4 kids at home using one device, how in the world are they going to be able to go ahead and get the same kind of quality of education as the individual that only has 1 kid at home and is using that device? That is not fair. We got to make sure that every kid that needs a device gets a device. And that's what I was told at our technology meeting. And but here I understand as far as as things breaking down and stuff of that nature, but every child has to have a device that needs a device. Every child.
That's our ultimate goal.
Yes, sir. But I understand goals, and I also understand what has to be done. We cannot fail at that goal. We got to make sure that every child gets a device. And I was assured at the technology meeting that every child would get a device. I'm hearing something different here, and I don't really like it because it doesn't give any assurance that every child will get a device that needs one.
Okay,
if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Moreno.
Go ahead, Ms. Gonzalez.
You're the one that has the answer for this one.
The question is, we have an existing budget for 2021 that we have not approved that has technology. My question is, the amount that we have in the budget that we're considering, is this 2 items additional $2 million, or is that part of what's in the budget?
And that's what Dr. Moreno was getting ready to respond to. Go ahead, Dr. Moreno.
The item, as we have worked through these last few months, Ms. Gonzalez, and we've worked through Dr. Morrison for budget, availabilities in this year. If there's an opportunity for us to make a purchase, and receive that equipment by the August 31st date, which is the end of this budget year, we will do so. But if not, this budget item allows us to utilize this amount, if approved, with this next budget year as well. As we have discussed over the past few months, there has been a substantial shortage in technology hardware that has been available to school districts. School districts have, we've discussed the efforts of TEA trying to step in to help school districts that have been scheduled to receive equipment, some in October or November, because of the shortage of equipment. And I think, were as a district, the board was early to act, and we were able to purchase and receive equipment for distribution to our students, which is the equipment that we have been working on to configure, ready, and distribute to all of our campuses. Our principals, our campus staff are working very hard to distribute that equipment. At the last committee meeting and in previous discussions, one of the items that we discussed as utilizing this platform is that we need our community to work together in this, because as much as we would like to provide a device for 34,000 children, that is not where we were. And we needed our community and wanted our community to work together. If a family had a device at home, we asked for our community to work with us and help us do more for everybody to try and make sure that we were at 100%, that we were able to support that remote learning for as many children as possible. We, through the use of our data and information and surveys, we identified a list of students that we provided devices to for campuses. We distributed approximately 12,000 devices to campuses and have distributed 12,000 devices to our campuses. And the campuses are working to distribute those to kids. They're making contact with families. We've talked over the summer about the changing nature of technology and internet access in our homes. And families over the course of the summer may have purchased a device or may have subscribed to internet. Those change throughout the course of time. We have an additional, been working with our campus principals, we have an additional 5,000 devices that we are wanting to distribute to our campuses. As Mr. Garza made reference, we want to try and provide devices to as many children as we possibly can. But at the same time, we can do more if everyone works together in our community, and we emphasize that. That everybody, if everybody utilize the device that they have available, that we are able to do more with the technology that we have in our inventory.
Right. And I think we all understand that, Mr. Dr. Moreno. But the question is, we're looking at a budget that has a balance of $1.8 million, and you're asking us to approve $2 million more. So are we looking at 3.8 plus what we have already expended? How much have we already expended on the effort as of now, recognizing that since we don't know how many students are still needing the devices, you're preparing yourself for that reality that we may not have now. But I think it would be nice if the community knew how much we have already invested in that effort. Do we have that? Because you're asking for $2 million more, and we don't know really what it is for. I think that's where we're feeling uncomfortable.
As we have discussed prior, we utilized $6 million of instructional materials allotment for the purchase of mobile devices, hotspots, any types of devices that we could make available to children. I would love to tell you, Ms. Gonzalez, that $6 million was enough to be able to purchase devices and hotspots for all of the children of Edinburgh ECISD. But there are still needs. And this $1 million is meant to try and continue to purchase devices as they are available. And I say, and I qualify that because as they are available means I've been on the phone with every, manufacturer available, Dell, Samsung, CDW, distributor, trying to identify and see if anybody has Chromebooks, devices available that we can purchase. And the response from almost every vendor and manufacturer is no. There are some vendors that we are working with that are trying to lend support and assist us, and we've identified, different opportunities that we would like to be able to take advantage of.
Right. what you're saying to us tonight is we've already spent $6.8 million.
Yes.
And you're asking us to consider two more.
Yes, ma'am.
And hopefully that will help you facilitate the additional need, if needed, to get as many students the device that they need.
Correct.
And all you're doing is doing it now because you don't want to wait till the whole process of the 2021 budget is approved.
That is correct.
This is already in the budget.
It is correct.
Mr. Moreno.
Mr. Salinas, I think Ms. Leti Garcia had something.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno, and going back to our IT committee meetings, you did say that, and we asked the question over and over, and you said, yes, every child would get one, regardless if there was more than one child in each household. And I know that that was a concern for the parents, a big concern, knowing that each child, whether there's 1, 2, 3, 4, they all had to be tuned in with their teachers to be able to be virtual learning. And now you're saying this, and I know I had asked what was the inventory of what we had in existence and what you have purchased. And I know some numbers were just, put in there and sent each board member just a sheet with just numbers. Maybe you need to include the manifest tickets of where it shows the units that are purchased along so that we can get a better understanding of how many iPads or Chromebooks our district has in inventory. Because it's a concern. We're 2 weeks away from school. And how are we going to do this for the children, the students who don't have a Chromebook or an iPad? Now, going back to the survey, I know we did the survey when, in June?
It was in May, yes, ma'am. May.
Okay, May or June. However, we all just experienced Hurricane Hannah. So things have changed for the families in one way or another. So had you possibly taken initiative to say, you know what, we need to go back and reach out to our parents and ask them, okay, Ms. Vela, you said in the survey you had 2 children and you had 2 laptops. Do you still have that? No, sir. Hurricane Hannah took it all. I lost a lot of items in my home. I lost my home for whatever reason. Circumstances change. So that was back then. We're already in August, and we're 2 weeks away from school. We got out in March for spring break, and none of us knew the uncertainty as we kept going day by day, month by month. But we should have been ready with all of these items. And it's like Ms. Gonzalez said, Mr. Moreno, whatever you need for IT, for equipment for our students, we're not going to say no to it because we know the importance of virtual learning. And this is probably going to be the new norm from here on until it's controlled, there's a vaccine, and et cetera. But going back, it's like there's no excuse. We've been out since March. We should be ready. Every other surrounding district is ready. And it's, it's disappointing that our district, we have a great district and we're not ready. So what are we going to tell the families? What are we going to tell them? So how are their children going to be able to learn? To get on if they have no devices whatsoever. Okay, so there's packets. But again, there's now I know there was so many devices issued to each school. And like many of these other board members, I'm sure they received calls that they were not on the list. Things changed from the survey. So whatever incidents may have happened that they no longer have any type of devices to offer their children for virtual learning. And whomever they speak to in the different schools, and I won't go there, but they've been told, well, you weren't on the list, so you're not going to get a device. And they're pleading with them like, things have changed for me. I told you in the survey that I did have one. I don't have one now. Well, I'm sorry, ma'am, we don't have any more devices. So are the parents really worried and concerned? They are. And we don't have an answer.
And I'm working with the campus principals, and we've been meeting, and we are talking about going through that priority list of students, and then identifying those children that we can come back around and contact them once we have completed our first round of distribution. And we are going to do everything possible to try and get those children who have a need a device to be able to connect. That's as Mr. Garza said, that's our goal. That's what we're working for.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Moreno, a good maybe workable solution is that with your department and working again with our principals, you asked me, Ms. Vela, you are the parent of 2 elementary, 1 junior high, and maybe 2 high schools. Could we look at the family unit and say, we can give you 1 for your elementary, and they share for right now. We can give you 1 maybe for your junior high, and they share, and maybe 1 for your high school. And like that, we can work on eventually getting each one of those children in the home 1. But for the meantime, that we share for the elementary 1, maybe 1 for the middle school, and maybe 1 for the high school, because we all know that those high school kids, they're going to take the device first. And so also reaching out to our principals and our teachers to work with our students that are limited in those devices. And so as we all together go through this, which is a complete unknown, we be kind and we be very understanding that at that household, we only have 1 device. But we're working on getting them some more, and it's not demand from the parents and the students, everyone to be on the device. We understand 34,000 students, 34,000 devices, they're coming. But in the meantime, let's work with what we have with our parents and our students, but also give them that hope that they're coming. And we'll get you 1, as Ms. Garcia is requesting, and all of us, as soon as possible. But this is what we're going to do in the meantime in working with our principals and our parents and our teachers, because our teachers are ready to go. From what I've seen from the technology conference and what they're creating, these classrooms and beautiful setups in their homes, that they understand that there's maybe only 1 device and 4 students at home. And we have to take a turn at that device. I think that will help, but also with the promise that they're coming, and we're going to get 1 to you as soon as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Moreno.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Moreno, and correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the priority the multifamily when you had mentioned to me that you guys that we had looked at the multifamily first, and that's the first ones we were looking at? Has that changed?
You're correct, sir. We did focus on the multifamily for hotspots. Remember, we had that discussion to identify.
But I thought we had done it for the Chromebooks because, I mean, so we just did it for hotspots?
Right. The family aspect that we were looking at was for the family, for hotspots.
Okay.
And as far as the devices, we are going to be able to end up distributing close to 20,000 devices. When we distribute, that's what we are giving to the campuses, trying to identify those students with the highest need first. And as much as I would love to say that every single child, every single one of the 34,000 children is going to be able to get a device, the conversations that we're having with the principals is we've identified priority list of students in this first round. We'll come back around with, the next round. And our goal is to try and make sure we provide the technology to either the individual child and or to the family to be able to leverage the technology in the home. If we can do more, we are going to, like as Mr. Garza said, we are going to give all of the technology that we have out to families for the start of this, these first 4 weeks. And that's what we're working towards.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yeah, let me ask you one more question, Mr. Payne.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yes.
I will go to you, please. So, Eddie, these devices that we're approving today. So, what is the date for arrival for them?
There is, for example, I've been able to identify with a vendor. They have 1,000 Chromebooks that they are able to sell to us. And the other reason why the price point isn't there is because at this point in time, we could be looking at a $230 Chromebook, a $300 Chromebook, a $400 Chromebook. We could be looking at an iPad. The price point for the different types of technology is going to vary. And so the 1,000 Chromebooks that we've been able to identify, I believe that vendor can get it to us by August 31st, and we have those available to be able to distribute to kids. Beyond that,
okay, Eddie, let me. Can I ask you, Mr. Moreno, so if we can get more, and I don't know how the board feels, but if we could start looking at those numbers of those kids that need them, and as things have changed, obviously, through whatever their circumstances have changed since the last survey we did, is there any way that we can start looking at that and then trying to get as many of those devices ordered as soon as possible?
As I've mentioned, I've tried I've called vendors on 2 or 3 times a week. I've asked vendors to call me. Some of them have, and we've been able to identify pockets, and we've purchased in small numbers. I cannot right now at this point in time, even if we wanted to, sir. I don't think there's a vendor out there that can sell us $1 million of Chromebooks right now, and have them arrive by the start of school.
I got you.
Because of the availability, the shortage out there. There are school districts who have yet to receive their technology, and they're waiting until September or October to get their technology.
Okay, Mr. Pena?
Yes, Mr. President. If I may, when Mr. Garza or Dr. Morrison, when was it that we had the workshop on Saturday, the 13-hour? What date was that?
July
the 11th. So a month ago, we were already having this discussion where the board pretty much made the action that we were going remote. And we've had several board meetings since then when we asked for things to be expedited, when we asked for things to get moved quickly. And I can appreciate the fact that there's over 100 school districts in the state of Texas that are probably doing the same thing. It certainly puts a strain on demand from every supplier, and it puts a strain on demand from every manufacturer. Thinking about it, it certainly stimulates a certain different economy, but nevertheless, the disappointment that I have is that it took a month for this agenda item to come before us, because since then, we have asked that things move quickly, and I don't see where the numbers have changed in the increased number of devices that are in our inventory from then until now. If I'm incorrect, that I am asking for you to elaborate on what we've received since then. And I can appreciate that more, the delays. So help me appreciate that.
Since then, sir, we had a $3 million board agenda item that we were making reference to with Mrs. Gonzalez, where we leveraged the IMA funds and have worked to utilize as many of those IMA funds as possible. Working to try and purchase devices as, you know, purchase hotspots. I'm trying to remember the exact date, but since then there was a purchase of 4,179 Chromebooks that had been made from CDW. And we leveraged $1 million of that $3 million board agenda item to make that purchase in that time frame. And the shortages in the technology just really, the technology that we did receive, I thanked our vendors for trying to help us get the technology that we received, because like I said, there were vendors that, there's a vendor, you know, in this area I'm sorry, there's a district in this area that still hasn't received their devices.
I understand that, Mr. Moreno, and I get that. I know that from other articles, there's districts that are struggling with the same rural challenges that we have in getting Wi-Fi to other areas as well, or having, you know, net service in the rural areas. But if I'm hearing you correctly, then a month ago to now, you did move on additional acquisition, 4,000 devices. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you're making another request today, which I understand. So I can also appreciate from a business standpoint where the delay in devices could be, and it's only been 30 days from the last time we had that meeting to proceed. I'm going back to my point of, don't let the grass grow under you. If we need to move quickly and get ahead of other districts, let's do that, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Mr. President, I just want to go ahead and add, I just want to make sure that every child get the same quality of education. And that is of utmost importance. I just don't think it's fair that if a family has more than one child, that their education is going to be compromised because we don't have devices. And that's something that is very disturbing to me, quite frankly, and it needs to be addressed and taken care of. And I know the board feels the same way. We all want quality education to every child. And I don't think they should be penalized just because they have more than one child in their home. And we need to do everything possible for that to happen. And I know we're trying everything, but it just kind of seems now that we're hearing this news, and it just seems like, as Garcia said, we got 2 weeks till school starts. So my question is, are we really ready to do remote teaching and learning to every child? That's my question. Mr. Garza?
We may not be today, but we will by the 31st. And again, I will not guarantee at this point that every child will have a computer by the 31st. That would be unrealistic for me to even make that statement. If we made it before, it was made before, it was not a good projection, because we knew where we were back 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And we knew that, as a matter of fact, I've been having some discussions with other superintendents and in interviews that we've been having from different radio stations, and some have made the promise that they will have one per child. I was not able to make that promise, not right now. Not one per child. I can promise one per household right now, but I didn't want to catch myself saying something that would not happen. And I said I guaranteed one per family, and with the understanding that we're going to try to upgrades and through orders to go back, second round, whatever. It's like Ms. Garcia said, at least, and Ms. Gonzalez and all of you, at least have one right now, and hopefully before school starts, we can start the second round and maybe have two. A good recommendation, as Ms. Vela said, at least one per level as far as middle, high, and elementary. That would be an excellent, and I think we would pretty much reach all the families if we had 3 devices in the hands of families that are multi-members. Yeah. And even then, it would not be enough. But you're all right when you say equity and one per student, and teachers will be providing instruction at the same time. And when you're doing that, you expect every child to have a computer in the hand throughout at the same time. Then it's going to be hard at the beginning, but we will get there somewhat. Not today, but yes, we're not ready today, but we will.
Any further discussion? So
You're not on.
Is it possible for us to give,
Put it up here.
is it possible for us to give Mr. Garza?
Still not on.
You're still not on.
Is it possible for us to give Mr. Garza permission or authority to allow the purchase of devices as they quickly become available, so that we don't, the technology department doesn't have to wait for us to meet? They may become available tomorrow, and he has to like shop fast, buy fast. These many came available, and so he has to act quickly. Could we give Mr. Garza that authority to purchase like an open PO or on the spot? Is that possible?
Kevin, Kevin, are you? Can we look at that situation, Kevin?
Yes. The issue is that do you have to appropriate the funds? The question is what? How much do you want to appropriate for this? You can delegate the authority. The question is that how much do you want to appropriate to this enterprise? So yes, you can. It's 2 issues. That one is the purchasing authority. Yes, you can do that. And 2, how much you want to do. You're going to have to decide how much you want to dedicate.
And I think that the concern
You're not.
I think the concern might be that we just don't know yet what we have to, because we don't know. I think that's the unknown, Kevin, is we just don't know what that number is going to be like, because obviously, you know, we're getting different, you know, parents switching their you know, what they have in May, they don't have now, which was probably what we're looking at. And so things might change. I know that all of us as board members, I've gotten some calls where they're basically saying the same thing like Ms. Garcia had mentioned, is that their situation has changed in their household, where they had earlier had committed to having a device for their kid and having internet for their kid. But for whatever the circumstances now, whether it's they lost their jobs now or, you know, different things that have occurred, they don't know, they probably no longer have that ability. And I guess they're requesting, now they're saying, well, we would need a device. And I think that is a concern throughout the community that we're hearing as a board, that there's just, and I think that's where I came from the phone calls. I think people are calling, just trying to get through and trying to let people know that things have changed in their original survey, from their original survey. And so I guess that's what we're looking at, guys. You know, what amount do we want to designate for this? What are we comfortable with as a board?
What is the limit?
Minga.
There isn't any limit. You can appropriate as much money as you want.
Well, Mr. Salinas, President Salinas, I guess we need to know where we're at, what we need, inventory, and, you know, we need to know what we really need. I mean, we've got surveys that have been done, but are we going to go ahead and get those? I mean, are these surveys adequate? Are the numbers correct? Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, I really don't think they are in some ways now, kind of what we're hearing, but I agree with you on that particular.
There was.
But I don't know the answer to the, you know, I don't have the answer or the direction. I know that we probably will need to look into this a little bit further, and I think the principals probably, either through Ms. Vela's committee or through, you know, I'm not sure, would probably be able, or through your all's committee, to be able to look at that situation, because they're, like you're saying, they're passing out devices right now, and they're all let me ask you this, Mr. Moreno, when they call and ask a principal that their status has changed, and I know they're telling them that they're going to be put on the list. So do you have, do they update that list with you of the new of new people that are asking for devices?
Each campus is maintaining that list of parents and children, and they are going to use either the inventory that they have or the additional inventory that we are going to redistribute to everybody after this first round. Once we identify what that additional need is.
So let me just say this, like Mr. Moreno is Dr. Moreno, and I get what you're saying there. So once we pass out these original set, then we'll come back.
That is correct.
Can we, looking at what Mr. Farias is stating, is can we look at the multifamily again and be more specific to that multifamily who is going to be in a bigger, well, they're all going to be in the need, even if you have one, if you don't have a device and if you're one person, but I think we can try to get to that one person, some device, but I don't know. I thought we had done a survey on the multi based on Chromebooks and not on hotspots, but is there any way we can get that information? I know we're running out of time here, but you know.
We can, sir. We can go through and identify the children that have already been assigned a Chromebook or iPad to our inventory system. And we can identify those students and those families that have already received one. We are going to be, distributing here close to 20,000 devices to our students. And I think what is occurring here is we created, ladies and gentlemen, we created a multi kind of series or steps of distribution with a priority, first priority for a first round of students. As parents and as students are calling in, principals, campuses are putting those students on a list, and we still have an opportunity to provide a device to those kids and to those families. And I think that is where we are. And I think that our next best step is to try and work with our principals to see how many of those families and children we can get a device to. And to see if we can meet that need out there in the community.
And that goes back to, I guess, the original question when we did that Ms. Gonzalez had, is where we're at in registration, and how many kids, we need a date, like to find out how many kids are actually enrolled in our district. And I know that, because that ultimately will tell us how many kids will we have to, serve as a district.
Mm-hmm. Mr. President, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Two things are very evidently clear here, and I'm sending a message to the administration with this statement. Number one, I'm sure you know and you understand, but I'm going to say it again, that last year we had an enrollment of 34,000 students. That should be your goal, no doubt about it. We need to have back 34,000 students so that we know we accounted for everybody. Secondly, the fact that the principals know their population. If Mr. Moreno already knows what the elementary classes are receiving as a device to use, if Mr. Moreno already knows what the middle schools and the high schools are using as a type of device to use, if we already know from the principals what is being distributed, then we should be able to come up with a balanced number. Using those metrics I just provided should be a very simple way for us to know the answers to our questions immediately. We have the information to solve tomorrow's problem. It just needs to be provided to us. So I'm asking that it be provided to us in the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions and discussions? We have a situation. So we have a motion and discussion for the item that is on for the $1 million. I know Mrs. Vela brought up another situation, but we have to, and correct me, Kevin, if I'm wrong, we have to allocate a number, but we can give Mr. Garza the authority to purchase.
Well, would we?
Why don't we just do what we have tonight?
Well, for sure, we go ahead and approve the $2 million because we know he's going to need that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yes. We made that process.
Yes.
And let's come back and look at the real problem and then decide what we're going to do about it.
I'm in agreement with that.
I'm in agreement with that.
I'm in agreement with that.
Very good. Okay. Mr. President, if I may add to Ms. Carmen's statement, though, we plan on having a meeting next week. I'd like to have those answers by next week.
Yeah. The 18th. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It should come.
It needs to come to the total board. Now it's
Yeah. This is for all of us to decide.
Yeah. Let's put it for the 18th, is the next, we have a workshop, right, or something
Yes, sir.
for the next week? And the whole board needs to get involved in this situation and try to figure what best solutions we have. So, but can I just have a vote now if there's no further discussion or any for just to purchase right now the computing devices? All in favor? Raise your right hand.
Yes.
Yes.
All opposed? Anybody opposed there?
No, sir.
No.
Okay, motion carries. Then item J is the other part to it, the approval of additional hotspots and Wi-Fi. I have a motion by Ms. Gonzalez, a second from Mr. Peña. Discussion. If no discussion, all those in favor, raise your right hand there. All those opposed by saying no. If no, the yes have it, and we have approved that initiative. We'll go to item K, the approval of contract extension for Kevin from O'Hanlon, Durrett, and Castillo for General Counsel and Legal Services.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to table this item for further discussion.
Okay, I have a motion to table item K. A second?
Second.
I have a second. Discussion? If no discussion, all those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We will table that discussion. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to enter closed session, second by Ms. Bella. No discussion. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, same sign. We are now in closed session.
All right. Can y'all hear me?
We're in closed. Hold on, Kevin.
I'm just saying, we've got another meeting WebEx meeting posted. Did y'all get the posting? That's all.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm probably, yeah.
What WebEx?
So they're all going to the back, right, Kevin?
Can you hear me? No, do your computer.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
How about now?
I can hear you.
Do you see me now?
I can see you now.
Am I on?
Can you see me now?
I can see you now. Get your nameplate.
They can hear me.
Yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go make a motion to enter into regular session.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion, no discussion. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We're now in regular session. For the record, no action was taken in closed session. I would like to go now to personnel, Mr. Garza.
Mr. Garza.
C1A, can you hear me now?
Yes.
For curriculum assistant at Memorial Middle School or middle school, the recommendation from administration is Ashley.
So move.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion for Ms. Vela, second for Ms. Gonzalez. All those, any discussion? If no discussion, all those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Sorry.
Elementary math specialist. At this time, the administration has no recommendation. And for principal at elementary school, the administration is recommending Carla De Luna.
Move for approval.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Motion from Ms. Gonzalez, second from Mr. Peña. Discussion. No discussion. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those against, motion carries.
I also recommend the employment of professional applicants discussed in closed session, subject to assignment for the type and term of contract as identified for each position. And furthermore, I recommend the employment, reassignment, resignations, and retirements as discussed in closed session.
So move.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Discussion. If no discussion, all those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. President, for the record, Robert Peña abstains.
Okay. For the record, Mr. Peña abstains. If many, I'd like to have a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
A motion and a second from Ms. Garcia. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, same sign. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.